fantastic day down here at Penguin Beach. Such a lovely diversity of birds as well as other species. We got to witness that little Dussie interacting with that Cape girdled lizard. Please join us tomorrow for some more action down here at Penguin Beach. Cheers.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a very cloudy Juma. We're hoping that it's going to bring a bit of rain a bit later. But welcome on board for your afternoon safari. My name's John T. We've got Davy on the camera.
Hello.
And we are currently on Hyena Road. We're just checking some mud wallows. I haven't forgotten that tomorrow I've got to get in one. With Moira. She messaged me to say that she is excited and ready to get muddy. But please, as always, send in your questions and comments. They make the drive so much better. And you can use the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on YouTube, and if you're under the age of 18, pop us a mail on kidsequestions@wildearth.tv. You can register on the WildEarth website, head over to the live safari page and submit your questions there. I'm actually going to get off and go look at this thing, Davy. I just want to show you, it's quite cool. It looks like an elephant has actually come here and mud-wallowed. I can't show you on the road because obviously the car's in the way. But it's wallowed there, then walked here. This is some very old dung. But then look at this on this tree where it's come and rubbed itself. And what I always find impressive about this, I'm trying to see the top. Can you see the top there, Darby, where the mud ends? So just to give you an idea of the size, I'm just over 2 meters tall, and that's still higher. It's a big beast. And we've seen a lot of the elephants have had ticks on them from this sort of flush of the green grass. If you come and look closely here, sometimes you'll actually find where a tick has potentially been squashed off. Now I can't see one here now. But pretty cool. That's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. Are we off?
She hasn't said so.
I didn't copy it on this thing. We're just going to stay a little bit longer and you're going to have a look at the weather that we're going to be experiencing this afternoon.
Alrighty, look at that. Little piglets. And there was another big mum behind this youngster. And with some small piglets, we'll go back to them right now. Hi everybody, my name is Chris, and with me today on Camops is Ballistic BK again. And our plan this afternoon is to look for elephants. Now, it might be some weather inbound, we don't know yet. It's looking quite dark towards the southwest. But where's those little piglets now? There's one, so it's got tiny little piglets. Two of them, in fact. We'll just keep an eye on it. Good afternoon, Djewald, and Djewald says hi to everybody. Looking forward to a lovely bumble this afternoon. Well, so far so good. Not often we get warthogs to stand still. It's not one of the most common creatures out here, but just to get them out on camera is often quite a mission. Like my elusive bushbuck as well. We just saw one in the riverbed there, but it went into the bush. I was hoping that we could frame it up, but it was too quick. Always take a warthog for a start.
As a naturalist, it's really important that I stay up to date and up to breast with what's happening in the wild and in the world around us. The WildEarth app helps us do that and helps us stay abreast with the live interactions of animals every day. We're going to be here at Stony Point bringing you the African penguin story, and we'd love to see you on the app. See you on the beach.
Birdlife South Africa, our country's only dedicated bird conservation organization. They have been very successful in a number of areas, including the conservation of more than 150,000 hectares of grasslands and estuary habitat, saving thousands of albatrosses in trawl and longline fishing, and training community bird guides as ambassadors for nature in rural areas. Celebrating their official 25th anniversary, they are sharing 25 of their top success stories across their social media platforms. BirdLife South Africa is currently striving towards the conservation of 132 bird species that are heading for extinction. If we conserve birds, we will protect other biodiversity and important habitats that provide clean water and clean air for humans. Their work is forever ongoing. People who love birds can become a member of BirdLife South Africa or make a donation towards a bird conservation project.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephant, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Okay, so we decided to head off to Twin Dams. We're going to see what's happening there. Probably sit there for a bit. Hopefully there's some elephants. And might as well check the Hyena den again. I was a bit worried that they've moved because we haven't seen activity there for quite a couple of days now. So that will be amazing if we can establish if they've moved and then, you know, where they've moved to. In the meantime, let's just do a nice easy bumble. And as you always know, leopard always on the cards. We do see it. Hi there, Riley. And Riley wants to know at what age do warthog develop tusks. Usually it will be visible from about 2-3 months onwards, but that will be tiny little, it will just protrude from the lip and then it will start growing. Now usually it takes about at least a year before you'll start seeing, you know, it protruding longer. But from at least like from 2 months onwards you start seeing these little tips. And it's a permanent tusk, you know, so it keeps on growing throughout their lives. It's also ivory, so I mean it's like an elephant tusk. It's ivory, solid ivory, very fine grained ivory, by the way. We've got some shade, BK. I think we're going to park in the shade, Jan. Let's head over to BK, who's... Oh, not BK, chatting to BK. Head over to JP at Prydens, who's found elephants of his own.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We're out and about and we just found our first breeding herd of elephants. And at the moment, Pridelands have no shortage of elephants. And we're watching an incredibly small elephant being bullied by a slightly older member within the group. It's still interesting to watch him, and if we look at him in terms of size, he's definitely just a few days old. At this point in their life, they can barely use their trunks, and they're fully dependent on just drinking straight from mom. And normally at roughly 6 months to a year of age, you'll notice that they fit neatly underneath the belly. And when they do go and drink, they go towards the front legs, unlike many other species where the teat is between the hind legs. This is also, interestingly, a characteristic which they share with rock hyraxes, which is on an order level one of their closest relatives. However, rock hyraxes are also incredibly tiny. They've also got incredibly long gestation periods. And if you ever wondered how long a little elephant like that takes to be born, that's roughly 22 months that female will carry until she gives birth to an elephant calf, which is roughly 120 kilograms in weight. When they are born, they roughly stand at some 90 centimeters to 95 centimeters at shoulder height. It's amazing that they can continue to grow throughout their life, and they never, as I mentioned, they never stop growing, and they've got the potential of reaching heights of up to 4.2 meters. However, those heights are restricted to bulls, as cows are much smaller in comparison to that of a bull. So our plan for this afternoon is to go and visit some of the waterholes and hopefully find some buffalo as well as more elephants. And then later on in the afternoon, we would like to go to the big dam, which is called an Ndlovu Dam, where we often have elephants swimming. And between that, we're also hoping to hop on and off a vehicle and look at a few of the smaller components, what also makes up the ecosystem. And those smaller little components of the ecosystem are also equally important to support all these large animals which we see over here. You also might notice that a lot of these elephants are covered with dust, and this is a strategy to cool themselves after that they want to go and bathe, as well as to cover them with a protective layer that helps them that they are not being bitten by a number of different insects, and that also comes off, and those insects will come off too. While we're watching our elephants and seeing what they're getting up to, let's go and see what Chris is up to. And I just would love to wish Chris all the best of luck in finding his elephants as well. And then for Jonty, if he doesn't come right, we've got loads of wallows for him over here.
We're still in our shady spot here, and you can already see those clouds in the distance becoming quite dark. So we'll just monitor it and see if there's any rain on its way. I think today rain will be a relief. I think BK is melting where he's sitting here. It's reduced to a pool of sludge. Yeah, it's humid. I haven't had such a hot, humid day in a long time. I'm also hoping for some thunderstorms coming. Even if it doesn't rain, that lightning is usually very, very impressive to watch. And exactly in that direction we're looking at is where there's a cell building. That's getting dark. Wow. There's no rain forecast, and no further south towards Nelspruit. There were some heavy warning issues for heavy rain. A little bit further north from there. So we'll just check around. Hi there, Andre H. And Andre H wants to know what is the gestation period for warthogs. Hi there, Andre H. It will probably be very similar to pigs in general. It's roughly about just under 4 months. Actually, it's about 5 months, to be honest, with warthogs. It's a little bit longer than domestic pigs. They had to evolve a slightly longer gestation period to have much more active, mobile little piglets in order to evade predators from birth. You know, they need to be able to run with the mother quickly, so they're a lot more precocial. Wesley, and Wesley says, I love the dark clouds. Well, I can tell you, we need some rain because it's going to melt everything around us. It is so hot and humid at the moment. It's got to rain. This is something I wanted to show you for a long time while I'm driving. I told you about my hay fever that I do often get. BK, you're going to have to smell this. Righty then. Where's my porcupine quill? Still haven't found it. I think it's gone. There it is. I found it, BK. There we go. Got some questions the other day. Right, remember I told you about my hay fever that I often get, and this is one of the species that really, really nails me. The silver cluster leaf. Now, it's a plant we've discussed a number of times on this show, but there is the things that, it's those guys, these little flowerlets that I mentioned the other day. They smell like stinky feet. You're gonna smell it. Give it a whiff.
Yeah, I can do it.
That does smell like smelly feet. All right, let's continue. Put this on my eye now.
Christmas is coming. The geese are getting fat. The babies are awakening, and it's time for a fireside chat. The reindeers prepare for a global bumble. At Christmas time, they are the kings of the jungle. The chicks are all nestled and snug in their nest. Join us at the fire with a very special guest. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and join in the fun. For those of you who love to join us on safari here on Wild Earth, we have some news.
This is incredibly exciting.
The team have trawled through the archives and found the very best of Safari Live from over the years.
Come and disperse there.
With locations such as the Masai Mara in Kenya,
You can see how close he is from where I am.
Tswalu in the Kalahari,
It is absolutely incredible.
and of course Pinda and Ngala right here on our doorstep.
Listen.
We have hours of great entertainment that is now playing on our channel. Catch up with guides from the past and of course your favorite animal characters.
It's happening. I've never seen this before.
The best of Safari Live will be broadcast on WildEarth Channel daily, so jump on board and join us down memory lane. Times for this brand new series are on our website.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
My favorite animal is a leopard, purely because I just think they are just the epitome of feline grace and power, and the way they can move about in any environment and remain hidden until they want to be seen, I just find incredibly intoxicating, and they're amazingly beautiful.
Catch up with the guides daily here on Wild Earth.
I found a very nice wallow for us tomorrow. I wonder if Jonty has seen this wallow. There's a guinea fowl as well. It's just poking around. A whole bunch of birds there actually. A little party. Got the woodland kingfish just shouting somewhere around. Scully. In the early rainy season, when the grass is not green yet, and there's still a lot of old grass, dead grass from the winter left, we do often start to get thunderstorms that does not necessarily produce much rain, and yes, they do ignite the bush quite a bit. It is really relatively common in the area. Fire is actually a natural tool to help stimulate new growth and prevent the encroachment of certain plants that will be detrimental to the grass. So you don't want it to be too dense. Some areas needs to be opened up, and there's various things that does that. Droughts, the impact of elephants, fire, so forth. Animals trampling the area. So you don't necessarily want everything to be dense bush. You need these little open spots. And so this is a woodland savanna, so it's not open plains. But there's other parts in the Kruger area which are actual plains, where it's flat and you can see for miles. The central eastern part is most well known for that. Or the Satara Plains, as they call it. Beautiful. You can see for miles. It's also got to do with the rock type there, which is mainly basalt, which weathers down relatively even in that area, creating a relatively flat area with very rich clay soils or black cotton soils. And the bedrock is very, very shallow there, so there's not a lot of large trees. And therefore you have more of a grassland there. Whereas here, the bedrock is also relatively shallow, but there's some deep pockets, and you also have this undulating effect. This is mostly granite and gneiss that we have here as the underlying rock, and that has different densities in different areas. So some areas have eroded quicker than others, and that's why you've got this sort of rolling, undulating type of terrain here. So the rock, well, the parent rock of an area has a lot of influence on what what the bush will be like. There's another wallow for John T. Our shift is almost coming to an end, eh? Shame, it's just gone so quickly. Can't believe it. Yeah, it's to let our viewers know it is almost time for BK and I to change shift. So usually on the 15th. Anyway, so we I'm going to quickly go to JP at his waterhole. We'll continue that later. So over to JP.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, we are sitting at Leopard Dam and looking at a giraffe in the distance. And while Chris was telling us earlier about veld fires that are caused by electrical storms, a few years ago, we actually found where a giraffe created a veld fire. And what happened is he actually moved underneath a very low electric pylon, and because of a large amount of carbon in the air, it actually transmitted in the opposite, being not the same and not being earthed, the animal got struck by electric current, and that current went through the animal and started lighting up the grass around it, and we had a very large veld fire which took us roughly 2 days to put out afterwards. So it's crazy to think that something like that can actually happen. But in the meanwhile, while we're looking at our giraffe, let's see what he's getting up to. And I hope that he's going to come a little bit closer and come and have a drink. So a little bit earlier, we went from elephants being one of the largest land mammals, and now we're going to one of the tallest land mammals in the world. So a few things that's also quite interesting about giraffe, which you might not know about, is that they actually have the longest gestation period of any ruminant animal compared to our elephant, what we mentioned earlier, which had a 22-month gestation period. These guys will carry females will carry roughly for 457 days, which equates to some 15 months. Although considerably shorter than that of the elephant, we find that elephants are not ruminants, they're actually hindgut fermenters. And that's one of the differences between these two animals when it comes to digestion. Just like elephants, giraffe also spend quite a lot of time feeding. There's some records that claim that they eat apparently between 15 and 20 hours of a day to fill them. Pretty much the same amount of time that an elephant will be spending on feeding. But when it comes to the giraffe, it's got so much more effective digestive system, and it can actually extract way more nutrients out of its food compared to the elephant. So when it does come to elephants, they roughly will have to feed on some 300 kilograms of food in a single day for a large male to support himself. And only 40% of that will then be absorbed. We also find that giraffes have another trick up their sleeve to actually be more effective in digesting their food, and that is an enlarged surface area on the inside of the stomach, where they got like finger-like little protrusions which assist with absorption of nutrients. It seems that we've got a second giraffe that's just coming out from behind the vegetation. We're going to reposition it in a short while and then actually see if we can find him for a later segment. And it does seem if he's going to come down for a drink while the other one is still feeding in the distance. While we're watching our giraffes and hope they're going to come for a drink, let's go and see what Chris is up to.
Alright, let's see what's happening at Twin Dams. There is a few birds at the waterhole. We got the geese and guinea fowl and some starlings. Hi there, Raindrop. I'm going to leave that as a surprise, whether I'm going to join the wallow or not. So that should give you a hint. Phew. It's like even the birds, they just stand there. They just don't move. Hello, leopard lover. If you get stuck in mud, there's only one way. You have to pull them out with another vehicle. It's very difficult to get out of mud by itself. So normally we'll get another vehicle and pull it. Hi there, range light. And the question there is, what was our favorite sighting? Okay, so I'm going to start off with mine. I'm trying to just dig deep here now. A few contenders will be tortoise span male when he was mating with that female. That was quite something. The several buffalo herds that we've seen, I think that was also right up there. Tlalamba the other morning, it took us on a real wild chase. But my favorite sighting, I'll go for my last sighting on that herd of buffalo that came drinking at Juma Dam. I'd probably put that as my favorite one for this shift.
Oh, okay. I'll put my favorite one as Kuchava and Cup.
That's another one. That was also very good, yeah. I'm not sure if you heard BK there, but yeah, he said Kuchava and her cub was definitely a highlight for him. I forgot about that. That was also really... Oh, you know, that sighting I had with Kuchava as well, where the Hyena chased her up into the tree. That was also fantastic. When there's so many to remember, it's over 40 days of guiding that one has to try and sort of remember, and you know, it's been an awesome shift, I can tell you that. So we've got about 2 days left of that. Yeah. 2 full days. Yeah. It's amazing how quickly time flies, eh? My family is going to be very happy to see me, and I'm also looking forward to reunite with them. And then I'm off to the Cape, hopefully for a bit of a holiday. I can already smell the beach. You can smell it. I do like the Cape Province, especially that area. There, Hudson, a number of birds do live quite long. I mean, some as much as 10, some birds can go up to 70, 80, 50, you know. So there's a number of very long-lived birds. Most birds of that size probably can do about 10, 15, I would say. Things like ground hornbills can live over 50 years. Parrots are known as well to live very, very long. Oh, there's some kudu. So we're going to head over to JP. He's found some buffalo. Let's go and see what's happening there.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still at Leopard Dam, and we've just managed to find a big breeding herd of buffalo coming down to come and drink. There's no surprise that there's so much activity around this dam as the temperatures are incredibly high at the moment. Also, a short while ago, we were watching two bulls which were necking, and the aid of that is to actually fight for dominance so that they can have access to cows that are in estrus which they can mate with. Sometimes we'll also notice that they will play fight, especially the younger members, so that they can practice these skills which they need when it comes to becoming mature bulls, so that they can outcompete the others. Quite often it does look very slow and very ineffective way of fighting, but when you start actually listening to the blows that's been created as that they connect with one another, it's actually very, very loud. And I've actually seen bulls in the past actually pushing one another off their feet. Well, they've now decided that it's time to rather focus on feeding rather than fighting. We also find that giraffe bulls tend to feed quite often on a number of low-quality foods, as that they just want to get full as quickly as possible and then focus on mating. While the cows, they tend to be a little bit more selective about what they eat, as that they want the best quality foods to make sure that they can go into estrus. Well, coming back to our buffalo, there's more and more of them that's now coming down towards the edge of the water. And as I'm looking back into the bush, there's even more popping out. It's just amazing how the changes with rain that came have increased the amount of animals that were attracted to this area due to a better quality of feeding. That's one of the individuals here to the back had a little bit of a disagreement with the others and then started a little fight. And when they started fighting, the others then started running as the one tried to run away from a larger bull that was posing a threat for him. When it comes to drives and looking for animals, we always keep our eyes open in areas where there's large herds of buffalo for the possibility of large prides of lion following into these areas. And yesterday we were fortunate enough to see a male that was attacked by a lion. And fortunately for him, as he's an incredibly tough animal, he made it. However, there was a lot of scarring as well as a bleeding from the base of his tail, as well as we could see the claw marks on the side of his body. Also had a bit of a limp in his leg. But once again, it's amazing for me how tough wild animals are. I once watched lions that actually fighted with one another, and these males that were fighting almost left one male for dead, and I didn't think that he was going to make it. And 5 days later, we saw this male back on his feet and in good condition. And the same with buffaloes. I've seen them being injured in the past, and a few days later, they're back on full form. We're going to spend a little bit more time with our buffalo and then go and see what else we can go and find. Let's go and see what the rest of the teams are up to.
I've always dreamed of Africa since I was a little girl. And then I just decided, you know what? It's time to come. It's time to just live the dream.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
It is so exciting. You're able to see the difference of what you see on TV to how much work it actually is creating what you see on TV. The leopards, mareeps. How could you not really fall in love with that cat? He's got such a personality, and you never know what he's going to do.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's about just being together and seeing and enjoying the animals and the great outdoors. It's just been a great experience. Certainly, if anyone's able to, dare to dream and come.
at this. The little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
I am an outdoor photographer, a wildlife filmmaker, and a conservation storyteller. Penguin Beach is going to offer us this really unique opportunity to watch and pick up on the smallest of details in the penguins' lives. It's going to allow us the time to really get to know these penguins well, get to know their story, and get to interpret the little finer details and share that with you with a live TV show and get you to fall in love with penguins.
Right, we've got this beautiful group of bachelor herd of Kudu, and they are barking at something here. Oh, look at that male coming out there. Wow. Wonder if my Pops is watching. He will definitely enjoy this. It's his favorite animal. No, it's spectacular, but they are barking. There's something that's getting their attention here. Wow, look at this. Look at this. So I'm just trying to scan through the bush. So they're peeking in that direction there. We're right. Oh, there we go.
The impala's gone.
The impala's also gone. That's just impressive, isn't it? So they're looking in that direction. Let's go back and check it out a bit. Oh, it's magnificent. See such 4 bulls like that together. That's really amazing. I need to check out what's happening here. They are looking in this direction. And unfortunately, I can't drive there because it's not our traversing area. This is Little Gowrie, but there's something that's... Yeah, we're looking here. We can come back to them. They seem pretty... They're not going to run, but I want to just make sure there's not a cat here. Hi there, Roger. Yes, I mean, you can see why it is a favorite animal of many people. I mean, very regal, very proud antelope. There's an impala to the left as well who's not alarmed at all. I'm just trying to align myself and see where this kudu is looking. And the barking wasn't very intense, so... And I've got a francolin up in a tree here. Which they normally only do when there's trouble. Hello there, Kelly. I've got no clue, but when kudu bark like that, it's often a predator. It could be a leopard, it could be a lion, it could be an hyena. It could be something, just maybe even a movement in the bush that they have seen and confused it perhaps with a predator. Normally, if it's lion, you'll see the intensity of that barking will be a lot. It will be a bit louder and a lot more intent, and a lot more intensity as well. And I wonder if it wasn't a hyena, perhaps. Let's just move through here. Even if it's a leopard, but you see, we got this francolin up in a tree, but that tells me there's something around here that. It's actually a spur fell. You see that? And this time of day they'll normally be on the ground foraging. And we heard them also alarming a little bit. The kudus have moved off now. So whatever it was has moved off or moved out of sight. No, I don't know. I don't know. Hello there, Mboya Budi. Says it's the favorite animal there, kudu. One of my favorites as well. I mean, just those stripes and those horns and so forth. Really pretty. Handsome, very handsome antelope. On one of the main roads here, so might be a little bit of traffic. Just deliberately sitting with this bird because this is odd. This is very, very odd. Well, in the meantime, let's go over to JP and his buffalo while we scout out the surroundings.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We're still at Leopard Dam, and at the moment we're enjoying a buffalo pool party. It's been quite a while since we've seen such a large amount of buffalo inside the water coming in to cool themselves as well as to come and drink. We unfortunately can only see a small portion of the herd, but I reckon that there's probably close to 150 individuals that might be scattered over here towards our left-hand side of the vehicle behind the vegetation. It's been pretty much a non-stop action afternoon so far. We've had several big breeding herds of elephants, some elephant bulls, some giraffes, and now more buffalo coming in. It's just amazing how all these animals are congregating around the water today, especially after it is being incredibly hot. it's also pretty impressive to see the buffalo moving in the heat of the day. Generally, I always think of giraffe as well as species such as warthogs and the elephants as being incredibly heat hardy. And generally, we find that buffalo do tend to go and rest out in the heat of the day if they can. We're going to spend a little bit more time here with our buffalo and our giraffe and see what they're going to get up to. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Chris as well as John T is doing.
Look at that, it's amazing. Wow. Hey.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live.
Oh, that's cool. Just in there.
And the black mamba's going up the tree and the mongoose is attacking it.
Pounce again.
Sure, you can all agree with me. It's not a bad start to our Wednesday morning.
Something that I have never seen before in my entire life that you are now watching live.
Look at that. It's just beautiful.
Fantastic display by a little herd of Springbok.
How is this view?
My heart is in my mouth, everybody.
Amazing, they've locked their tusks together. You can hear the cracking branches.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin, and it's completely unfazed by my presence whatsoever.
How insane is that animal?
Amazing.
Awesome. It is fantastic to watch.
Well, now we've got a tug of war between mom and daughter, look.
I'm just at a loss for words. I mean, that's just incredible to see that.
Okay, everybody, so welcome back with Davy and John T. So we are just going very slowly along Central Road at the moment. We're checking, remember we saw Tandy this morning up on our left here, and her general movements were kind of estish, so we're trying to see if she comes out. Please remember to use hashtag WildEarth to send through your comments and questions so we can deal with them while we're live. I know it's like quite painstaking, but you see the problem is there's sections like this where it will be very tricky to spot the tracks. And like I was saying the other day, if she's crossed the road, then it's hard because you might only see one track. It's much easier if they walk along the road. So we want to check, obviously if she's crossed, then we'll do a loop the other side, but if we don't see tracks coming out, then we've got to presume that she maybe went inside the drainage line. Or maybe she got lucky after we left and she caught one of those Inyala. Maybe that young one. That would be perfect for her. Oh. You see, this section here is hard. Yo. Come on, Tandy. Show yourself. Oh, I heard that where Chris was, there were Kudus barking. I wonder what happened there, because Kudus are normally quite reliable if they're alarm calling. Okay, thanks. FC just filling me in that Chris had a look but was unable to spot anything. Ooh, what do you reckon, Davy? Back around and check Inyala Road South? Yeah. Or do we do the big, do the old Drakensberger? Okay, so my eyes are starting to like, I'm seeing leopard tracks everywhere, but not on the road. So let's go do this loop and just kind of take the chance that she would have kept going the way she was. It's like a hyena track there. No, I haven't found it out yet. I had a look in my insect book that I've got in the car with me here, and I was unable to find it. So I'm still doing some research. As soon as I do find out, I'll definitely show you. I still can't believe those colors on that insect were unbelievable. Okay, so I don't think she would have come back up onto this road. This is kind of where she came from this morning, crossed over and then went further west. That Butsi ID. But that is the truth. And it was with these own eyes. But so that area now is, they've zoned it off, so you're not able to go and have a check there unless we find Lalamba and she's walking back there, then we can follow. So at the moment the den has been, I suppose, zoned off for just checking if she's there. But yeah, we did see them. We saw two little cubs there. They look very healthy. They look well. And the view that I had, I mean, it's hard to say exactly, but I would have thought around 3 months old, somewhere there. Very, very cute little cubs. Ooh. So you'll Coming out through this block of land on our right, there's game paths. Whenever those game paths come out, I'm just kind of checking. So it is funny because you get so excited when you're looking for a track, and when you actually see it, you get so excited, but you're still so far from seeing the leopard. Yeah, Logan, I don't know if you were watching that morning when Chris also did an incredible job to stay with her. Then we took over. Yo, this section's hard, but this is a pretty prominent game trail. Ooh. But just based on where she was, I think as we get further along this road, then we're kind of going to be getting into the area where we're in line with where she was walking. That's our plan. Was for now, probably the next half an hour, we want to just check these areas. If there is any sign of Tandy or Tlalamba in this area, I mean, I'll take both. And then we might head over to Chitwa Dam if we have no luck here. Let's see what's happening there.
Christmas is coming. The geese are getting fat, the babies are awakening, and it's time for a fireside chat. The reindeers prepare for a global bumble. At Christmas time, they are the kings of the jungle. The chicks are all nestled and snug in their nest. Join us at the fire with a very special guest. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join in the fun. Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
This warthog is in big trouble. He's got elephants all around. What are you going to do there, big guy? What are you going to do? Oh, he's pretty brave though. Oh man, he's not even moving. Look, that elephant is trying his best, but that warthog ain't budging. That's madness. That's so funny. And we have a winner. The warthog wins the standoff.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
I love being a cam up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We still have a big herd of buffaloes. Well, most of them are very peaceful, swimming as well as wallowing. There's every now and then a few individuals that has a few disagreements with one another. We often find that the bulls do have a lot of disagreements with one another, and especially when it becomes with mature bulls and a number of cows that are estrus. We see that these guys will then compete for mating rights. And for those of you that are not familiar with buffalo, when they do fight, they generally will run at one another head on. And we eventually will also see that they will try and hook one another with the horns. And one of the reasons why their rib plates are like armored plates that overlap one another to prevent that the horns will hook in there and then damage the internal organs. It's also the same reason why we find that the males have incredibly large areas where the keratin forms a solid surface in the center of the horn, and that's also to protect the skull. So when it comes to the social structure of these animals, if you did ever wonder, they have a number of different herds structures that we can find, and these range from both being bachelor herds, solitary males, and then also the big breeding herds, as what we see over here. And with these big breeding herds, we'll normally find that there's a number of males which will actually be dominant over the females in the group. And we find that females will actually regain dominance as if they have calves on foot. And those females with calves, they will immediately bunch up the calves. And we find that the remainder of the females and then the bulls will create a protective circle around them if they should be rounded up by predators. And those horns, they are very, very effective weapons against any predator. And I've seen lions quite often being seriously injured or being with these horns. And then secondly, they will also use their hooves as weapons by simply trampling whatever gets in their way. When the males get to an age of roughly some 8 to 11 years of age, they sometimes will leave breeding herds and then go into the bigger bachelor herds, where they will spend a little bit more time until they regain their energy and then move back into these big herds. Good afternoon, Pineapples 8, and welcome to the show. Yes, I have actually seen crocodiles coming down to water holes in the past, and when they do walk, I've actually seen crocodiles sometimes a few years ago, some 5 kilometers away from water on a walk. And I was actually very, very surprised to find a crocodile in the middle of a bush. And it's actually the funniest of noises that they make to warn you that you shouldn't be coming closer. On land, they actually hold very little threat to you, but they can still provide you with quite a painful whip with a tail if you do get in their way. But what I'm more concerned about is when I'm at the edge of water bodies when it comes to crocodiles, when they actually might try and catch you. I've also been very fortunate in the past to actually see crocodiles taking animals down, and one of those was actually where a large crocodile took a zebra at a waterhole. We also have seen some very interesting interactions between crocodiles and lions feeding on carcasses in the past. And we had a hippo that died on the edge of a water body because it was too weak to move. So the crocodiles were trying to pull it back into the water while the lions were trying to pull it out on land. And eventually the lions left and the crocodiles won that battle and pulled the whole carcass back into the water where they could peacefully feed. As the lions were too scared to go into the water to go and eat, as that they know that they could also be taken by the crocodiles. Probably go and move on and see what else we can go and find. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what John T is up to.
Okay, so we've just looped around to the Mlawati here. We want to check if we can find any tracks of Tandy's who we're looking for, seeing if she maybe crossed down this way. Tulam Sindo. I love driving in these drainage lines. They're so epic. Almost find it like therapeutic when you just cruise through here. Thank you very much, Leopard Girl. I hope we get lucky. Look how epic this is. That's cool, eh? Look at that. Look at it. Camille. There are cheetah as well in the Sabi Sand, but a lot of people don't sort of refer to them as a big cat, but they are a big cat. But those are the three bigger ones that we see here. Oh, there's a thrush. Whenever you come into these drainage lines, oh my word, imagine Tandy on that log there. Oh my goodness. Why isn't she there? It's so perfect. I was just saying, every single place you look when you drive in these drainage lines looks like a perfect place for a leopard to be hiding. So we were having a quick look through the insect book. We were thinking that insect that we saw was a type of shield bug, but the picture, actually let me show you while it's out here. The picture in the book is, it definitely looks similar. This one is called a rainbow shield bug, this one at the bottom. So the body shape is similar, the legs, the antenna. The one we saw yesterday was a bit more round, and had slightly different coloration, but that is what it looked like. So we're just going to have to do a little bit of Googling. A bit of Googling. Is this the end of the road? Sorry, who said that? FC? Peaky? Up here. Yeah. Hold on. Does it just loop back?
No, it kind of runs along the same.
Oh, okay. One of Darby's old roads.
Yeah.
It's one of these roads that I'm sure Tristan, when he's here, Rusty just drives it by himself. must say I'm really impressed. We might need to go into that a bit more straight on. Otherwise we're going to do a little tippy. I must say I'm impressed with Rusty. Often when we drive into the Mloati, he actually loses signal. He's performing much better today. Okay, hold on. It's going to be steep. Very steep.
The lionesses, we had Darkman, of course, doing his best to protect them and to catch a buffalo for them for dinner. But unfortunately, as soon as the buffalo came along, he hot-tailed in the opposite direction. No, we're having a fabulous time, and it's really been magnificent so far. Thank you.
Wildlife trafficking remains a growing problem in South Africa, and often made worse by the way the media portray this complex issue. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, have recently embarked on a program whereby they train reporters to better tell stories of wildlife trafficking.
In my community, wildlife conservation is mostly something other people do, and I would like to change that. My name is Iman Singli. I told people I met that the pangolin is one of the most trafficked animals on the planet. But what is a pangolin, they said? Why is it in danger? This is what made me decide that the pangolin story must be told. If we are to play a part in preventing the extinction of this animal, then we must all be part of the battle.
A partnership between WWF South Africa and WESA, supported by US Aid.
This is incredible. Looks like vivid monkeys do sometimes go for swims. I heard something splash, but we couldn't see what it was in the long grass. Now I just saw that thing swimming there. This is incredible. I hope it gets to the bank. There are crocodiles in this dam. And it looks like, you see that monkey climb up into the tree? Wow.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
We just had to turn around. A big tree was blocking our path and we couldn't really go around it. So we're just going back now. We'll go up and drive Vulture's Nest. I don't know if we'll go up there without breaking our lives. Let's go this way. If I had the right motivation, we could get up there. Yeah, so James Richard was also saying he thinks it's a rainbow shield bug. Unless it's, I just want to go and have a Google to see if there's different variations of that pattern. But that, and maybe just a better picture. Because, you know, I took the picture of the one I saw from right on top of it, whereas the picture in the book is from the side. So maybe it is a bit more round looking. Jeepers creepers. I don't know if Rusty's going to get up here. On Simba? Timber. No, I haven't had any updates on that cub, unfortunately. Yes, we are really doing some exploring here. I'm gonna try 3-point turn us around this log. Yeah, James, I haven't heard any updates on that, on her previous cub. Sorry, Dave. Okay, so what we've definitely determined is that Tandy's not down here. So we're gonna try go get onto the road. Oh, here it is, so well signposted. Oh, it always feels so good once you get back on the road. Yeah, we want to go back, take Vulture's Nest and loop around. I wonder where Chris has gone. He's been very quiet for the last few minutes. I wonder what he's up to. Oh, Chris, the snake. He took our route. He went to Chitwa. You're going to head over and see what's happening over at Chitwa.
Clouds seems to dissipate a bit, and it's just difficult to say. I really think we should get some rain. Just monitor it. I really hope it's going to rain soon, because this humidity is just absolutely insane. Feels like you're sitting literally in an oven. It's really, really, really hot. I'm still tickled by why those kudu were barking. So we're just driving very slowly. We're roughly in the same region. Let's not check everything around us. Yeah. Sharker, yeah, there's actually quite a lot of snakes around. I'm surprised that we've not really seen much snakes. You know, why that that is, I don't know. I see their tracks. Maybe it's just a timing issue. Maybe with the heat they move later at night. That's probably the most likely explanation that we have for not seeing them a lot. I mean, you see the tracks all over the place. Hope tonight with this humidity, the snake likes humid, warm conditions, so perhaps, maybe. Well, the name the Big Five, you know, was given to these animals a long time ago by the old colonial days when those four were regarded as the most dangerous to get out on foot. Now, normally hippos, you know, you don't really encounter them much on foot, so even though they are very dangerous, you know, they're not part of the original Big Five. We refer to them as the Big Six today. So it's got to do with how dangerous they are, and basically, you know, in the old days when they were still hunted, they were required, you know, it was required to get very close to some of those things with those old technology that those colonial people had, and therefore they realized that those five are the most dangerous to approach like that on foot, whereas hippos were mostly during daytime in the water. Right, the problem with hippos is they can be extremely dangerous. In fact, I will rate them as, between them and buffalo, as the most dangerous out here, if you know, you go and mess with them. So you go into the water, a hippo is going to give you some trouble. Normally, if you leave them alone and you stay out of the water, they'll be fine. You know, they won't come out of the water to come and bite you or anything like that. Then obviously when they come out at night, you could potentially get them on foot if you, like, maybe they'll come through your camp or something, but usually a bit of distance is sufficient to not, but they are dangerous. In no circumstances should you be looking for trouble with any of the six of them. The thing is, they're not the only dangerous creatures. I mean, there's snakes, there's scorpions, there are insects that can harm you, thorns, there are plants that are toxic. So, you know, there's so much other things that you actually need to be worried about out here. And the big, dangerous animals, you know, are in a way the least of your concerns. So we're going to continue to bumble around, and let's see what Jonty's doing on his bumble.
Okay, so we've just sort of completed that one loop that we wanted to do to see if there was any sign of Tandy crossing. That's not why I was stopping, but it's worked out well. We're going to have a high-speed crossover here. It's quite funny, you'll see it's a leopard tortoise, but it looks like it's been in the mud. Hey, why are you not going onto the road? Look at the mud halfway around its shell. That's pretty cool. Leopard tortoises are the only tortoise in this area that I know of that will swim. And sometimes you see them bobbing along in a pan. It's like a floating rock. He's eating a bit of grass there. While you look at this tortoise and wait for it to cross, I'd actually stopped. I wanted to check a track on the road here. I'm just going to get off and check behind the car. Tortoise is not playing the game. So Chris was talking about the big five and that coining of the name. Ellie, thank you. In this area we see the Specs hingeback tortoise and the leopard tortoise. I was just saying, so this one is part of, people like to say they're looking for the big five. This is part of the little five. So we've ticked off one of the little five this afternoon. I'm going to drive past. Shame, you see, as I started, put his little head back in. Hello, tortoise. Is it close enough to...
Yeah, that works.
He's gone very, very shy. It's amazing. That's, yeah, put his head back in when I went out. Sometimes we used to scratch them. When I was younger, so I always say, people ask silly questions. When I was younger, I thought the shell was just on them, like a helmet. And then it was only when I got a bit older that we actually found one that had been, I don't know, maybe a hyena or something had damaged it. But yeah, this is this hard shell is completely part of its whole body. The hips and stuff are fused, the bones are fused to the top of the shell. This is an incredible design, and you can actually, it's a bit hard now with the mud, but you can count, there's individual, they're called scutes, and you can count them if you're patient enough, and that will tell you how old the tortoise is. But this one doesn't want to come out. And the thing that's amazing, this is actually why I came to look closer, is ticks can burrow into this. I mean, this is hard. I don't want to tap it, but this is so hard. And the ticks can actually burrow right into that. Shame. I hope you have a good afternoon. Normally, if we see a flush of tortoises, and we've heard Birchall's cuckoos calling, there's going to be rain. It is coming. So, Darby, I did have my ear out there. Did we...
You get a wrap and over.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to speak anymore. We're just going to stay with us a bit longer. Chris is just having a chin wag with one of the other guides. FC, do you know what area Chris was in when he's heard those kudus alarm calling? My brain is just wondering if it couldn't potentially be Tandy. You see, the plot thickens. So FC says she thinks he was close to Twin Dam. She's just going to check with him and let me know. But then that makes sense. If Tandy did carry on, that is the next place we're going to go and check. I like that bit of info. Okay, I'm going to speed it up a bit. Okay, that's not so good. We just got the exact position. So it was south of Twin Dams on Gowrie Main, which is no longer on our property. But let's go check anyway. Oh, no, it's moved, sorry. I thought I saw a bird land there. It looked like a red-chested cuckoo. I wanted to try show it.
Everyone, my name is JP. I'm one of your WildEarth eco-training bushwalk guides. So for many years you've been watching WildEarth directly from your laptop or computer. However, now you can watch it directly from your connected TV, your Apple TV, or from your Roku box. And if you are like me, always busy, you can now download the WildEarth app and view it directly from your mobile phone.
Birdlife South Africa, our country's only dedicated bird conservation organization. They have been very successful in a number of areas, including the conservation of more than 150,000 hectares of grasslands and estuary habitat, saving thousands of albatrosses in trawl and longline fishing, and training community bird guides as ambassadors for nature in rural areas. Celebrating their official 25th anniversary, they are sharing 25 of their top success stories across their social media platforms. BirdLife South Africa is currently striving towards the conservation of 132 bird species that are heading for extinction. If we conserve birds, we will protect other biodiversity and important habitats that provide clean water and clean air for humans. Their work is forever ongoing. People who love birds can become a member of BirdLife South Africa or make a donation towards a bird conservation project.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Welcome back to Eco Training Islands. We've now made our way to Ndlovu Dam and we managed to relocate on our buffalo that we found yesterday. And you can see that there's a wound on the side of the body, and there's also a yellow-billed oxpecker that is picking that open up at the moment. You can also see that there's a number of claw marks on the side of this animal's rump, as well as on the body where the lions actually did try and grab onto him. And when you do look at the tail, you'll still see some of the claw marks as well as possibly bite marks at the back. But as mentioned earlier, buffalo is incredibly hardy and incredibly resilient animals. I probably gave him a slight headache yesterday, and now he's back on track again. You can see that he does have a little bit of a limp that he has got during that incident with the lions. One of the things that I do find particularly interesting is that he is now teamed up with another buffalo, and this guy is keeping an eye open for him to make sure that everything is going well. So last night we wanted to go and look at them after I finished the show, and I did call in the local ranger to come and have a look. We then assessed the quality of the animal and decided that we were going to leave him alone. We were just deciding whether we were also going to keep an eye on him. But as we were actually going to look at his condition, we also were close by to a drainage line, and very soon afterwards we were growled at by a lion. We then just backtracked and made sure that we got out of the area as quickly as possible, that we didn't get chased by either lion or by a startled buffalo, but we were trying to get away from the lion. I think in that case, the lion also got a big fright from us and moved away. Just shortly after, there was also an incredibly big herd of buffalo that came through the area, and a number of other interesting things happened at that point as well. And we saw that this buffalo then came to him and then started walking with him, compared to where the other buffaloes were also trying to attack him earlier on the afternoon and drive him away. We quite often do find that animals will actually drive away sick or injured animals within a herd, and that reason is to actually not attract any unwanted predator attention to them. When it comes to taking care of your own kind, when it comes to animals, that behavior is actually very, very scarce. And one of the animal species which we do find out here that does display that behavior is African wild dog, which will take care of the sick and the old and other injured animals and nurture them up to a state where they can contribute again to the pack. Good afternoon, Nadia, and welcome to the show. And you've got a very good question there. So generally, we find that oxpeckers will actually assist with keeping ticks away, but in this case, they also do feed on blood as well as scab, and they're actually opening up a wound. And what we are going to find is that wound is going to get infected by flies that's going to come and lay their eggs inside there. Flies, for some reason, love buffaloes. And then what they will continuously do is open that wound to feed on the maggot that's on the inside of that wound. So it actually might take quite a while before it's actually going to heal. We also find quite interestingly when it does come to oxpeckers, they also feed on earwax. And for those that you know, that earwax is actually undigestible, and there's only a number of bird species which I know that can actually digest wax. And oxpeckers is one, followed by honey guides, which is another species which can actually digest wax as well. While we were watching these yellow-billed oxpeckers that's on top of his back, we're actually very fortunate to see them. And if I think back in 10 years, 15 years ago, my early days of guiding, the yellow-billed oxpeckers in this part of the country was incredibly rare. But progressively, as the big herds started moving through the park and these birds' numbers started increasing, after several very successful breeding projects, they pretty much now found out through the whole length of the Kruger National Park. Well, we're watching our buffalo and see which other animals are coming down to come and have a drink. Let's go and see if John T is actually managing to get the appropriate waterhole and wallow that he wants.
No, nothing yet. I just thought I felt a raindrop. Now this is a quite watery. This I don't think will be a good mud wallow. We're now on Ingwe Alley. Just checking some different spots. Still on the search for the perfect mud. Just trying to figure out what the weather is doing. Matt, I don't know exactly what time, but I imagine we'll probably do it close to the beginning of the show. One, because that is when it will be hotter, so it will be refreshing, but then also it will give us enough time to get clean. I'm pretty sure I'm feeling raindrops. I think this, we just sort of popped in a little bit off the road here to look at this mud wallow, or this little pan. Whoa! Let's go check. I think there is another one a bit further along here. I remember driving along here in winter. It's amazing how much more open it was. The grass is getting taller by the day. I just want to check something here. It's caught my eye on this grass. I just want to see what that is. Oh, it's so hard to focus my binoculars on it, hey?
So what is it?
I'm not so sure. I'm looking at this here. It's a snail. Can you see that?
Yep.
How radical is that? Just hanging out. So, I mean, this one's tiny. Often we're looking for the giant African land snail. But that, it just was looking funny on the grass here, so I want to leave it there. Don't want to disturb it. But how cool is that? A little snail. Yo, now we're going to decide. Surely this is just going to be a few sprinkles. Got to cover up all the stuff now. I got all our books. You don't want to get the books wet.
Nothing beats sitting around a campfire at night whilst on safari, listening to the calls of the wild and chatting to your guide. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, then you can enjoy this from the comfort of your home. Imagine hearing bush stories from your favorite WildEarth guide and reliving their highs and lows of a life spent in the wild. Every month, WildEarth explorers will be treated to an exclusive fireside chat, special occasions, hot topics, and deep dives into the WildEarth characters.
Everything else is just welling up inside of you out in nature. You know, some people think I'm weird, but I have an absolute joy. I have a good time.
No, I enjoyed myself thoroughly today.
WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature. For those of you who love to join us on safari here on WildEarth, we have some news.
This is incredibly exciting.
The team have trawled through the archives and found the very best of safari life from over the years.
Come and disperse there.
With locations such as the Masai Mara in Kenya.
You can see how close he is from where I am.
Swalu in the Kalahari.
It is absolutely incredible.
And of course Pinda and Ngala right here on our doorstep.
Listen.
We have hours of great entertainment that is now playing on our channel. Catch up with guides from the past and of course your favorite animal characters.
It's happening. I've never seen this before.
The best of Safari Live will be broadcast on WildEarth Channel daily, so jump on board and join us down memory lane. Times for this brand new series are on our website.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
A couple of raindrops coming up at the moment. Nothing serious. The clouds are relatively thin above us. It's not really rain. It's just a couple of drops. You can see they just like spitting a little bit. There's a nice cell building up. And you wonder why I'm always referring to rain, almost as if I've got a bit of a fascination with it, and I do. I mean, I've seen too many droughts in this country not to be fascinated by rain. So I love rain, you know, and I've had it on safari as well, where a lot of my guests, oh, well, you think it's going to rain? I'm like, yeah, it has to, you know. No, we need the rain, you know. It's always very appreciative of rain. I know there's areas in the world where rain is in excess and it almost becomes a bit of a burden, but out here in this part of Africa, rain for us is it's gold, you know. Everything seems so happy when it rains, and it's interesting as I'm gonna go down to the Cape now for a bit of holiday. I'll do a bit of birding and stuff as well. I'm always on safari, no matter where I go. Anyway, even there's a winter rainfall, and you can see how the people moan when it's raining again, windy and rainy, it's bad weather. I love it. I'll sit there, ooh, I love this weather, you know. No, it's where shall we go? Let's, BK, what do you reckon? Okay, let's do it. Let's go a bit further east. Maybe go check Gallagher-Pan again, and then from there, hop down Central. Andy wants to know if there's a plant Big Five. I don't know. I don't think so. Interesting if we can come up with something like that, you know, figure out what's the plant Big Five. Not that I'm aware of. There might be an unofficial one. Ooh, sorry, it's heat making me drowsy. Plant Big Five. I reckon the baobab should be one. That can be the elephant. Massive baobab trees. Interesting to know what John T and JP reckons. So my first one name as a plant Big Five would be a baobab as the elephant. Ah, well, perhaps the lion eye flower. We had lion eyes, it's beautiful orange little flowers. Leopard orchids. Ah, we're getting there. The leopard orchid we had as well. This is the rhino is going to be a problem. And the buffalo. Buffalo thorn. There we go. I've got 4. So now we just need the rhino and plants. See what the other gentleman comes up with. Challenge. That's my big 4. I don't know anything I can do with a rhino. That was cool. sorry, I didn't get your name well there. Asking anything on my ribs lately. Not that I know of. Gino, I got your name there now. Gino, I've not seen him in a while. I know he's been operating in and around Chitwa for a bit. There was reports the other day of him up in Buffelshoek, so he travels. He moves around. Not entirely sure where he is at the moment. He'll show his face sometime. I just passed one of the Chitwa guys and they said, oh, it's also very quiet there, down there. There's not much happening. So I was planning initially maybe to head down there, but I decided against it, rather work our own property a bit more in depth. Maybe we are lucky and we find any of our top characters. Hi, there Cecile says rhino grass. Okay, there we go. Rhino grass. It's also buffalo grass. We get buffalo grass as well. Panicum, white buffalo grass. Synchro cerealis, blue buffalo. So you can use buffalo grass. There we go. Yeah, there's not even a bird around, man. A BK. I don't know, it's like they've just hear Wendy coming and they run. I've had very little to work with this afternoon so far. I'm going to have to start looking at insects. Hi there, Dave. Dave says, what about the renosterbos? All right, that's not something we have here, but I know that you get them in the Karoo. There's a renoster top or renosterbos, which means rhino bush if you translate it. That's a lovely suggestion, Dave. That can work, yeah, absolutely. Exactly, I know what the elephant one is. I said baobab, but if we then stick to name things, I'm going to show you now a plant if it's still around. I did see it. Where did I see it? Oh, there's some, what's that, Warthog? It's called Elephantorrhizia, or Eland's bean, elephant's root, also called elephant's root, a couple of species. Here is the Berkey that I saw as well. It looks like a small weeping wattle. Hi there, Kay. Yes, there is a number of endangered animals, species, insects, plants, mammals, birds. It's too many to name, but yes, there are definitely ground hornbills being one, cheetah, wild dog. All right, so I think the question came through a little bit unclear there. It's probably with relevance to endangered plants. Yes, there surely will be. I'm trying to think now what would be a good example. I can't think of any now specifically. No, there are definitely endangered plants in the park, in the greater Kruger. I think one of the most endangered plants is a lily. You've heard about impala lily before. Very common in the park. Don't get it here much. But there's another version of it called the summer impala lily. Don't really see it here. It's more to the very, very far east of the park. That will be one example of a very, very endangered species. It ranges very, very small within the South African context. I'll think about a few more. Yeah, sometimes it's not only because of man that these things becomes endangered. Anyway, let's go over to Jonty to see what he's up to in his bundle while we continue to look for something.
Okay, so we are currently on our way to go check the hyena den. We'll go see if there's a bit of action there. The wind is picking up. It feels so good. Cloud now with this cloud cover, it could be quite nice for the hyenas to be out and about, not so hot. And I think for us it would be, I'll be so excited, it will be the first mammal that we've seen in the last few hours. Diana, it's about like you want good mud. At the moment, a lot of the ones we're seeing, you'll just be lying in the water. You want to be porridgey, cakey mud. That's what I'm looking for. I want it to be like gloopy. And if it's possible, if there can be a tree that's providing a bit of shade over the mud, then that might be asking for a bit too much. So I was just checking something on the grass there. Just seeing so many little insects. Oh yes! About 5 seconds ago. Look at that. Is that branch? Yes, how epic. Hello, Hyena. Yeah, it certainly does look so good. Ruben looks so relaxed. Just enjoying that breeze blowing over her. So those the two cubs, they're actually making a noise. The one's being quite a bully. See how it's trying to lie and like push the other one away. I don't know if that sound's coming through. Not it's too faint. I'm sorry you can't hear, but it is so cute. Lola, I must say I haven't seen any of the interactions or dynamics between these hyenas, so I believe that everyone's been saying that she seems to be back at the top spot. But yeah, like I haven't seen any of the interactions to sort of see how she conducts herself around the other hyenas. So but I mean, when you look at her neck, the base of her ear there, obviously her left ear has been mangled. She's definitely been in some proper dust-ups.
That's my boy.
It couldn't be a better morning. This is just too special.
Wow, what a way to start off.
Bright colors, and it attracts the insect to the flower, which is exactly what we're watching right now. This is so exciting. There's two. Hello, Mama. It's all good. Hi. Hi.
The smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin. They just make me feel alive.
That is incredibly sweet. Grooming each other.
Play is vital. This is how they learn. This is how they would tackle prey.
There you go, there you go. There you go, there you go. Heart is pumping right now.
Look at this, everybody. We got a live kill. There's nowhere to go.
It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here. It just keeps on delivering.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. live.
There she goes, going for the youngster. She got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that.
It is insanely good footage.
I'm so delighted for Jonty to see those cubs, and I was starting to worry a bit. I was there earlier this afternoon and there was nothing there. Maybe it was just a little bit too hot, or perhaps Ribbon wasn't there and she only returned now, but I'm so delighted that they are up and about. We back on the area around Central. We're just going to cruise around here, see with this cooler weather now. It's come in, it's not as hot anymore. Maybe either Talamba or Tandy start to move around again. I'm just going to drive the general area. We're not going to head to the den site as such, but just going to look for tracks and to scratch around. Now, with regards to that Kudu we heard barking there were tracks this morning of a male leopard apparently, seen by Mike from Juma. In that direction, and he reckons it could be Shasha. Also, it could have been Tandy that's made her way south as well. So we're in a long way for her to go for this morning, but we know how she can move. But either way, I'm going to try and see if there's not anything on any of them in that region. Just drive the general area. There, Rick 73, he wants to know what's the largest snake species in southern Africa. All right, the largest snake would be the rock python. They can get up to about 5 meters, 4 or 5 meters easily, and I've seen females that are that thick. Massive snakes, massive. The longest venomous snake is a black mamba. It can also reach about 3 meters. I've seen, in fact, the longest mamba I've ever seen was 4.2 meters confirmed length. This was a snake that was in captivity, was at the snake park, and that was at the time the longest known mamba alive. Then the snouted cobra is also a very large snake, as well as the forest cobra along the east coast, also very big snakes. The largest in southern Africa will be the rock python, or South African python. And check these dips. This is where leopards lurk. I just want to stop here and just scan down a little bit here with my binoculars. What's happening here now? Right, so while I'm scanning here, let's go over to Jonty, who's still with the hyena den.
So they're still busy suckling. They just had a little bit of a argy-bargy. The squealing intensified for a few seconds, and now they've calmed down. You actually want to get here as Ribbon arrives back, because then they'll be super excited. But I'm definitely going to sit here for a bit, because I'm hoping that after they finish suckling they might start wandering around a little bit and playing a little bit. It's really interesting when you watch the mothers when the cubs are suckling. Even if they're squabbling, the mother doesn't like, you know, it's not like humans where they'll say, no, share with your brother. They just let them squabble it out. Can I get a whoop whoop? That's it, get off my yarn, very cool. I'm super stoked. Like I was saying, I don't think we'd seen a mammal yet this drive. And we started with 3 rippers now. They are such cool animals. Colton, he will be nowhere near here at this sort of stage. He'll probably just be roaming around somewhere. I actually don't know if anybody during the course of the WildEarth show, if they saw who it was who was mating, if it was one of these characters, I don't know. But typically the male hyenas, they kind of lurk around on the edges of the clan. If they smell a female's coming into estrus, then they'll sort of pursue her. And then once the mating's done, he doesn't play an active role in raising the cubs. He just goes back to being a low ranker in the clan. But it's interesting, if you ever walk Manita, I'm not sure where Corky is, unfortunately. But I was going to say, if you walk, sometimes if we've been tracking things and you go close to hyena dens, you find a lot of, there might be more adults around than you think. But they sort of lie within like 100 or 200 meter radius of the den. And then sometimes you'll see them all in close proximity to the actual den. And not far from where we are here, there's a drainage line. Hyenas love sort of spending hot days lying in the cool sand and drainage lines. So there might be more hyenas close by here, but they're just chilling. We're approaching, what's the time? 6 o'clock. So normally when just around sunset, that's when we might start hearing some of the others calling, sort of checking in with each other. So I don't even know if I've actually seen Corky in my time here. No, I don't at the moment, Quinn. We'd have to, I suppose, they'd have to watch them a little bit and see what their characters are like. It's still a new concept to me, you know, like giving them names. Obviously, they are, look at it, look, she's like smiling. You know, they obviously are characters on the show, and so they get their names, and you watch their whole lives. It's a whole different dynamic. So it's still a new thing for me, thinking about giving them names. But I always think of funny names for animals. My two dogs at home are called Frank, and the other one's called Beans. Just so that my wife has to shout Frank and Beans.
That's my boy.
It couldn't be a better morning. This is just too special.
Wow, what a way to start off.
Bright colors, and it attracts the insect to the flower, which is exactly what we're watching right now. This is so exciting. There's two. Hello, Mama. It's all good. Hi. Hi.
The smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin. They just make me feel alive.
That is incredibly sweet. Grooming each other.
Play is vital. This is how they learn. This is how they would tackle prey.
There you go, there you go. There you go, there you go. Heart is pumping right now.
Look at this, everybody. We've got a live kill. There's nowhere to go.
It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here. It just keeps on delivering.
Live.
There she goes. Going for the youngster. She got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that.
It is insanely good footage.
I copied you, FJ. I'm so sorry. I just literally put a handful of peanuts in my mouth. Look how cute these little hyenas are. So this is what I was hoping for. They finished drinking, and now they are being curious and just sniffing around. I wonder if they will be quite brave now, but as they get older, they'll often come and sniff around the car, because you can imagine the wheels, the tires. We drive around this whole property through various dung, different smells. So when we come to the den, the car smells, and it's really interesting to them. It's interesting, they're very curious about us. Well, I don't know if they would like a peanut. Would you like a peanut? Look at their little face. They look like little bears. I love it when they're this young. And obviously with mom being back, they get quite brave. And you see how even it's walking down there, it wants to go. See how it puts its tail right between its legs. If you were to if there was a noise or something here, they would go shooting back into the den. What's that one playing with there? A branch. Oh no. I hope they come back from behind that stump. Yeah, they are super full of beans. I just love it when they're active like this, Fiona, because then we can just watch. I don't have to speak the whole time because they do the talking themselves. Now I can hear a bit of thunder. Oh my word, that is cute. I can't imagine. Her breath smells fantastic. But it must be interesting for the cubs, you know. Whatever she's potentially eaten in the last while might still be a bit stinky there. She's put her foot in the mom's ear. Is it going to bite really? For those of you that are wondering, I must say I wasn't really paying attention what bird called. There's a Cape turtle dove that's calling in the background, but I don't know if... Yo, was that lightning? Darren would have run home already. I don't know, did you hear a bird now? A boo-boo? Oh, I didn't hear it. Maybe there was a boo-boo calling. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It's a shame. That was the thunder that made them run in like that. I mean, this is going to be their first, obviously it's their first summer, so they're going to be hearing a bit more thunder and lightning, that's for sure. But you see, they take their cues from the mom. Obviously they got a fright and went running back in, but they saw a mom still chilling outside, so then it's obviously safe, and then they come back out. That could do something to us. When I saw her, she certainly, so Davi's just showing her, that's what the sky has just changed. She certainly looked pregnant when I saw her the other day, or she'd eaten an entire baby hippo. Oh, she was big. But I'm trying to think, was it comet? One of the sightings I had here in my first time at WildEarth, we saw one of the males, I think it was comet, I'm not sure, flirting with her, so she must have been an estrus there. He was sort of following her every move. They love that side, they keep going there.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
So there we go, look. All three in one frame. Look at that, isn't that cool? Oh, that is so special. That is exactly what we had been hoping for, is all three of them to come together and make the perfect little family portrait.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
I will be leaving Warthog. Just lying down flat.
Sorry, I just have this radio blaring. So we're just busy deciding what we should do with regards to the weather. It's definitely like switched. At one stage I thought it was going to blow right past us, but now it looks like it's going to drop on us. It was so funny, that stump behind, you see on the sort of slope of the Juma mountain, the one cub tried to, I don't know what it was doing, was biting it, and it like almost did a somersault. So we had someone looking the other day here trying to sex these two little cubs. It's quite difficult, I mean, in the best of times with hyenas, but we're not 100% sure. The one did look like a young male, but it is tricky. I'm just going to reposition myself in the car so it might wobble. So Chris is telling us that the thunder is 10 kilometers away. Yeah, no, I radioed the guys who are driving in the northern part of the property. They say it's not raining yet, but they think it's pretty imminent. The only bummer is the direction this is coming from. We're going to have to drive through it if we want to go put the roof on. So let's just see what happens. Yeah, exactly. That's what we were hoping for, Leopard, is that they would... Oh no, that one's suckling again. There was just a flash of lightning. Let's see if there is thunder. If they'll get a fright again. So I'm sure Chris is doing... There's more lightning there. You know, if you saw the flash of lightning and then you count 1, 2, 3, until the thunder. I think that's how the guys used to be a rough gauge of how far away it is. I suppose if we do get rain, it's going to wreak havoc with the old mud wallow debacle. Sorry, was that, would I share the den if there's a big storm? Well, I don't know how happy she would be for us to try climb in there with her. So when the hyenas, when the females are pregnant, they put their cubs in. That was a good one. They will put or have their cubs in the same den, so you could have multiple cubs and then the moms will return and suckle them. So it's not impossible that you could have her cubs in this den. That's why sometimes when you come to the dens you'll see a whole range of ages of cubs, like a year old down to these little black bears. Can we smell the rain yet? I think I'm going to just start battening things down, because we might have to drive at breakneck speed. Oh, it's amazing because this huge cloud that's come over us. No, we're spoiled to be able to sit here like this for so long. I'm just saying, this cloud that's rolled up over us, it's so big, it's so deep. Like the lightning's high up, but every now and again one comes down a bit lower. I'm sure it makes Davy feel so good to have an antenna right behind him.
It's the best.
So it's not always the best idea, so I think we'll probably have to be prudent and maybe go put the roof on before we attract some lightning. But while we decide what to do, you're going to head over to Chris, who's bumbling. Ew, did you see that lightning? That was Megatron.
We're also trying to make our way a little closer to camp in case there seems to be weather all around us slowly but surely developing. One concern is the storm that we're looking at there. It was relatively far, but I can actually see it moving. It's coming closer, so it might not be a bad idea to get close to camp if we need to put rain roofs on. And I've seen a few lightning bolts coming from that storm. And now with the southern temperature drop, you might actually find more and more and more of these storms building very quickly. Oh, there we go, some lightning. It's already raining there in the northern sides of Juma, I can see it. Alex, and Alex wants to know what elephants eat. Alrighty, elephants eat plant material, Alex. So mainly grass. So their main diet is grasses, but they will also add to that some twigs, leaves. They will eat the bark of trees, or actually the inner bark rather. Fruits like the marulas and so forth. They also push over some trees and they eat the roots. They chew the roots. They'll dig out tubers and bulbs. You can hear that coming. It's proper stuff coming. All right, Jonty is already close to camp. I am en route to camp. You can hear that thunder is getting closer. You can even see how these clouds are moving directly over Juma. And I'm expecting it to actually start raining any moment now. With the associated lightning and the safety risk potentially, if it gets any worse, we might actually go into some highlights and show you some highlights from past sort of shows. There's a lot of lightning every now and then there. Oof. Did you get that? Oh, yeah, no. That, I think, is us heading to camp. There's some very good lightning. Yeah, and just to all our viewers who are concerned, we'll stay safe and dry. I think I've got time to head to make it to camp. I don't think it's gonna catch us. Maybe not. Oh, okay. I'm more worried about that lightning though than water. Water will dry off. Lightning, you know, we've got towers and aerials and all sorts of things, antennas, and then so all sort of electric conductors. So let's take a look at some of our past highlights.
Look at this little, very curious about us. Hi, good morning. Hi. Hi. It's about 4 meters from the car. I was standing further away and then it came running through. I'll need to stop and feed right here. Oh, that was a whole mix of different herbs and grasses. You'll find that the youngsters are not very choosy about what they eat. And they tend to want to dust everything they pick up, whether it's grass or not. So that movement of hitting the vegetation against them, that's to take off sand off grass when they pick them up, pick it up, pull it out for ground. But youngsters, having seen adults do it, they'll do it for anything. Look at that, there's no sand on there. When you see the adults do it, you'll see there's a whole lot of sand at the end of the grass, where the roots are. And you'll see it fall as they knock it against themselves. But you, little one, you don't have much sand. Hi, Polly. You'd like to know where its parents? Its mum's just behind it. Behind the bush there. You'll be able to see her behind. There we go. That's where mum is. And the rest of the herd is all around us. As for Dad, Dad is not involved in any of the parental care with elephants. Look how its ears are tucked against it. Making sure to keep those big blood vessels that are behind the ears close to the body. Close to the body to keep it nice and warm. Make sure no extra heat is getting dissipated in that way. It wants to keep all the heat against itself to make sure they can stay nice and warm. Hi Dorothy, you'd like to know if this is a male baby or a female? I actually can't see at the moment, Dorothy. So with youngsters, the easiest way to tell is to just look behind its back legs. Otherwise it can be quite difficult. You can get an idea from their behavior. Like this one did try to give us a bit of did this kind of trumpet. And mostly you'll find it's young males that will it's young males that will display more often than females. Run up to the car, try and mock charge and trumpet. But this one was kind of in between. It trumpeted, hi, but didn't try and charge, just kind of walked this way. So we'll see when it comes out of that long grass, because at the moment you can't see anything. If it's a male, it will obviously have a penis sheath. Hi Judith, you say you never think something so tiny will grow up to be so big. That is true, but I'll tell you Judith, this little one, it's a little female. There we go. A young girl. This little one is probably weighs more than you and I combined, Judith. It's probably about 250 kgs. So let's head a little bit forward. Hopefully they'll end up at Treehouse Dam. They're kind of all spread out in this area. Oh, hello there. They're right next to the road and very, very chilled out. This one's feeding so close that you're going to hear the sound beautifully. They pull with their trunk and then slot their tusk between the trunk and the piece of vegetation, and they use that leverage to break whatever they wanted to pull off the tree. It's still so chilly. Our lens is getting fogged up quite a bit. I see another little baby. Hopefully it'll come out on the road. Everyone's like really close to the road. Is that one right there? Hi, Nicanova. You'd like to know why they don't get pigmentation marks like Asian elephants? I'm actually not sure what the reason that Asian elephants get those marks is. If it's a genetic reason or it's a result of... or if it's a result of something else. Hello, baby. If it's for genetic reasons, then that's because they're two different species. The Asian elephant is more closely related to a mammoth. The African elephant is a further relative, more distantly related. Oh, that was a very, very elephanty of you, little one. This is a much bigger stick. Will you do it? Ah. Oh. Oh, this is too entertaining. You don't know what to do with your limbs. They're just all over the place. I think somebody's just woken up. You're a bit wobbly. This one's about a year old. Maybe even a little over, year and a half. Matthews, you say cheeky little one? Certainly cheeky. Matthews, it's best when you see them together, a couple cheeky ones together. They know how to egg themselves on, or each other, and then they all get very, very cute, very brave, come at you one at a time, and then run away as promptly as they arrived at your vehicle. Well, it's good news that they're heading towards Treehouse Dam. But Nicanova, sorry, your question got interrupted by all the cuteness. That's a really interesting question because, like I said, I'm not sure what the reason that Asian elephants have that pigmentation is. But I haven't seen it in African elephants except for in those that are leucistic. Then they sometimes have the bits of their skin that are pinky like that. It obviously has to do with the availability of the different melanins in their skin, but I don't know why one is adapted to having that and one has not. Just waiting for everybody who needs to cross to cross. Then we can move on. We can still see them through this gap here. Let me see if I move forward. Oh no, that's fine. Our lens getting all fogged up again. There we go. I'm so glad to have found these elephants. I'm going to be spending as much time as I can with them, and hopefully they'll get to the dam and we'll be able to get a good view of them there too.
Christmas is coming. The geese are getting fat, the babies are awakening, and it's time for a fireside chat. The reindeers prepare for a global bumble. At Christmas time, they are the kings of the jungle. The chicks are all nestled and snug in their nest. Join us at the fire with a very special guest. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join in the fun. Birdlife South Africa, our country's only dedicated bird conservation organization. They have been very successful in a number of areas, including the conservation of more than 150,000 hectares of grasslands and estuary habitat, saving thousands of albatrosses in trawl and longline fishing, and training community bird guides as ambassadors for nature in rural areas. Celebrating their official 25th anniversary, they are sharing 25 of their top success stories across their social media platforms. BirdLife South Africa is currently striving towards the conservation of 132 bird species that are heading for extinction. If we conserve birds, we will protect other biodiversity and important habitats that provide clean water and clean air for humans. Their work is forever ongoing. People who love birds can become a member of BirdLife South Africa or make a donation towards a bird conservation project.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephants, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. Absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I am an outdoor photographer, a wildlife filmmaker, and a conservation storyteller. Penguin Beach is going to offer us this really unique opportunity to watch and pick up on the smallest of details in the penguins' lives. It's going to allow us the time to really get to know these penguins well, get to know their story, and get to interpret the little finer details and share that with you with a live TV show and get you to fall in love with penguins.
Welcome back, everyone, to and beyond Djuma Private Game Reserve. And these elephants are really putting on a show for us today. We looped around, hoping they would come through, and that's exactly, well, at least one of them is done. You'll notice where he's actually standing, right on the water's edge, hasn't actually gone into the water. So often what they'll do, they'll drink first, as to not stir up the water, make it muddy. They prefer the cleaner water, and then on a hot day, I don't think they'll do it today, after they've had their drink, they'll actually then churn up and stir that water and make a muddy mixture, and they'll spray that then on their backs. What a scene.
Notice how he's really reaching his trunk out as far as he can. And then slurping up every now and then. You hear him sort of suck up all the water. Oh, there's the other one. I was just about to mention, I wonder where the others are. And there he's just joined up. So in total there was 3 just before we left. It was quite interesting to see how that one that arrived sort of pushed that one out to the side. Lovely scene. Here the birchels cuckoo off behind us calling, and there's a couple of little grebes darting across the water. Julia's saying it's such a stunning scene. I actually find myself saying I agree 100% quite often, but I really do. I couldn't agree with you more. It just doesn't get old. And there's just so much to take in. And sometimes just to sit and listen to all the sounds, because there's always so much going on. There's the third one. We thought this one was quite a bit larger, but there he comes down now. Yeah, you can see from that angle he's quite a bit larger than the other two. Notice how he's actually put his trunk and his head and everything right on top of that other one. Just as a bit of a sign of dominance, just to show him who's boss. Might push him back a little bit also. There you go, push him out the way. You'll notice now how that bull that's just arrived has actually gone a little bit further in than the others, trying to get to that cleaner water. Benson's asking, is this a river or a watering hole? It is a watering hole. The Munywana River is just off to our eastern side here. So no, this is just a watering hole. It does carry on a little bit around, as you can see in front of those elephants there around the corner, but stops just on the other side. again, that larger bull just putting his tusks and his trunk right on top of those two smaller ones, just letting them know who's boss. Sort of ushering them on also. Those two are having a bit of a tussle in the back there. Oh, and that bull just slipped. It was quite funny actually when we were coming down here. We were seeing all the slip marks of the elephants. It's quite comical to imagine something so large slipping. You always see them, they always look so graceful. Chelsea's asking, is elephant hierarchy based on age or size? So it's a slight combination of the two. But size is the major factor. And obviously normally with size comes age. So they sort of go hand in hand, but it's size. It'll be dominant. The larger elephant will be the more dominant one. Based on their size, much like it would be, for example, with humans. You get taller people, you get shorter people, but sort of mid-20s, around about sort of towards the late 20s, I'd say their size, the actual body size, would stop growing. These two really having a bit of a tussle here. Actually getting pushed into the water. Was asking a really cool question. She's asking, are elephants good swimmers? Absolutely. In fact, I've seen, especially around like rivers, deep rivers, I've actually seen, and deep watering holes, I've seen elephants pretty much completely submerged. Even to a point where they'd be completely submerged and just the tips of their trunks are sticking out, a bit like a snorkel. So they are very good swimmers. I've actually seen a herd of elephants with very, very young crossing the Chobe River in Botswana, which is very deep. And I've seen them crossing that. So yeah, very capable swimmers. There's actually one of the elephants is pushing his tusk into the mud. Might also just be a sign of trying to show the other boys that he's also quite a big boy. I think there's all sorts of pheromones and scents being passed around there with these young boys, or these young males. The elephant's busy slipping down the side of the watering hole there. I actually didn't think they would actually go into the water. It's quite a cool day. You can see the clouds in the background. There's not much sunshine. Oh, Hardy does. Okay, a bit of a racket flying over. There's quite a bit of cloud cover. And there's a slight breeze, so it is a little bit cool. So I didn't think they would actually go into the water.
When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. For those of you who love to join us on safari here on WildEarth, we have some news.
This is incredibly exciting.
The team have trawled through the archives and found the very best of Safari Live from over the years.
Come and disperse the...
With locations such as the Masai Mara in Kenya.
You can see how close he is from where I am.
Swalu in the Kalahari.
It is absolutely incredible.
And of course, Pinda and Ngala, right here on our doorstep.
Listen.
We have hours of great entertainment that is now playing on our channel. Catch up with guides from the past, and of course your favorite animal characters.
It's happening. I've never seen this before.
The best of Safari Live will be broadcast on WildEarth Channel daily, so jump on board and join us down memory lane. Times for this brand new series are on our website.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
The Bushhawk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Good morning and welcome back on Bushwalk. We just discovered a journey of giraffe, and it's consisting of one bull at least and then a number of females and their young, which is quite an interesting little association because normally the males don't stick around with the females other than that there's a cow that might be an estrus. So they just tend to go from one group to the next group and always checking the reproductive status of females. There's no parental care on the male side when it comes to raising the young, and the female does it all on her own. We've recently seen the same little group. I'm not sure if we can see the small ones at the moment, but one of them still had its umbilical cord attached to it. So it's less than a week and a half or so of age, we reckon. I just love to see these little young giraffes. They're so cute. I still would love to see one being actually born. So when they do give birth, they actually get dropped at some 1.5 meters in height. And that whole action snaps the umbilical cord, but it also triggers the young giraffe to take its first breath. One of the things that I also find particularly interesting is that for ossicones, those little horn-like structures are not fused yet, because otherwise it would obstruct the birth canal and possibly lead to problems when they are giving birth. The one closest to us here is a bull. You can see is much darker than the other individuals in the group. And if you also do go to the top of these little horn-like structures, you'll notice that they're bold on top, which is one of the features which we can use to separate males from females. Females always have those little black paintbrush-like tips to the top. So does the very young males also have those paintbrush-like tips, but as they become older, then it starts disappearing. One of the things that I do find particularly interesting about the giraffe bulls is that when it comes to feeding, that they're not very picky about what they eat. They eat and they move on, and they focus their remainder of their energy on fighting other males as well as looking for cows and estrus. But when it comes to the females, they're pretty picky about what they eat. They only go for the highest quality of foods to make sure that they're in the best condition that they can actually conceive. So when we are on walks, we generally use giraffe as pretty good indicators of what's going on around us. If we know that they're staring at us, we generally know that it's fairly safe. If they are looking at something other than us, then there's generally a potential threat on the ground. At the moment, these guys aren't really aware of us. They're just continuing eating. I was taking note of what they were eating earlier on, and it was the purple pod cluster leaf, which we were viewing yesterday and discussed. So a lot of the pods and seeds actually has got a very high protein yield, and that's precisely what they're after. Our bullist on the left-hand side of us is coming a little bit closer. I think he's actually hearing us, and he's coming to investigate to see what we are doing. There's actually a third individual, large individual that's joining us now from the left. Let's see what he gets up to. That's also a female. See, there's also a number of little birds following them. There's a little black bird by the name of a fork-tailed drongo that loves following anything from the dwarf mongoose up to elephants, and they're just basically waiting for the giraffe to disturb the insects as they're moving, and then they grab their meal. Not sure if you've actually seen these birds in the Kalahari. They also quite often associate with meerkats, and what they do there is they actually imitate the alarm call of a meerkat as soon as the meerkat has caught something to eat, and then basically the meerkat will drop his food and they'll go and steal it. Well, we're going to sit here for a little bit longer and enjoy this giraffe sighting, but let's go and see what Lauren is up to, as she's got a leopard.
Everyone, Moya's having a drink and I am exhausted. I also need a drink, a stiff one. No, I'm only joking. It's very early in the morning. But I am going to go quiet and just let you enjoy this incredible moment at Treehouse Den. Very pale. You see what I mean about the sort of saggy tummy? Naturally. She's an older leopardess. She's going to go right behind Aubrey's vehicle, which I'm sure he'll be very happy for because it's not been an easy morning. Moya was born in July 2009. It's a much older leopardess. 12 years old. Okay, I'm going to try my very best to keep up with dearest Moya here, and you guys are going to go back over to Angala.
As a naturalist, it's really important that I stay up to date and up to breast with what's happening in the wild and in the world around us. The WildEarth app helps us do that and helps us stay abreast with the live interactions of animals every day. We're going to be here at Stony Point bringing you the African penguin story, and we'd love to see you on the app. See you on the beach.
The little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
I've been a guide for just over 20 years. Started my career in the lower veld of South Africa, and it's become full circle, and I'm back here today, and I'm extremely grateful for that. My favorite animal is hands down elephants. I'm a family man, and the way the family is structured in elephants, it resonates with me, and therefore I've chosen elephants. My favorite activity out in the bush is to track big game. It gives you the opportunity to learn about their behavior in much more depth than just observing them. My favorite sighting at WildEarth was where the Talamati Pride was trying to hunt buffalo in this beautiful, misty, foggy morning. The whole setting was just so surreal, and it intensified, culminating in a near successful hunt. One of the main reasons I became a guide in the first place is to share this wonder with people, and now I get to do it with a much wider audience.
Not with him. Normally, if his brother was here, I think we were going to see more action, because they were going to try push these young males away from the pride, because that's what they were doing the last few days. They were roaring and scent marking and chasing these young ones away. So lucky for us to find these lions all together close to each other. I'm just gonna quickly try reposition and see if we can have a better view, because it looks like there's more animals further down the road, the way it looks. And it would be really nice to see how many they are, because having seen these animals together for quite some time, as you can see here, we only see 1, 2, 3, 4. Here I can see the, want me to represent the 2 white ones. White ones, as you can see the look on the Ross male, he feels like he can just get up and attack one of these young males, but these animals are all sniffing through the air, of which there must be more members of the pride that are still missing here. So they're trying to pick up the scent from the rest of the pride. But these young males are not going to go too close to him, because they know he's been chasing them for the last 4 or 5 days, of which that's what will happen with these animals. When the cubs are born, the male cubs, as soon as they get to this age of 2.5, 3 years, that's when they start showing a sign of dominancy and get pushed away from the pride by these pride males. off on their own as nomads at the nomadic stage. That's when they do most of their hunting until they're 5-6 years. This is when they can go look for their own pride, or if they want to come back, may come back, challenge the males, fight them off, take over the pride, or go somewhere else and find a new pride.
Good morning. So this morning in Tswadu Kalahari, we have I know you viewers have all seen this before, but a brown hyena den site. And we've got 3 of them at the moment. Looks like an adult with 2 of the younger ones. And a little bit of socializing, a little bit of grooming going on. But yeah, what a fantastic way to start the morning. Good morning, my name is John. I'm going to be your guide for this morning here in the beautiful Tswadu Kalahari. Behind the camera we've got Gert, and yeah, we're hoping for a fantastic drive. We're looking to head back across and see if we can pick up any of the big cats. But for the time being, we're going to spend a little bit of time here with this brown hyena. Obviously, this is a thing that a lot of visitors to South Africa wouldn't really even know about. The cousin, the spotted hyena, is by far the more common of the species, and is certainly the one you see in more of the bushveld reserves. The brown hyena more typical to the drier environments, up into the mountains perhaps, but definitely not something you see too often out in the wild. And we are just incredibly fortunate at the moment that we have
we have a den site, and we're viewing from a huge distance. It's quite high up onto a hill, but they've got a beautiful, almost like a little cave system that they're using. And as you can see, they're all enjoying a bit of the early morning. For most of the evening, certainly the adults would have been out and foraging, looking for food, scavenging. They are not hunters. They are not really, there's no real record of them being predators. So almost exclusively scavenging. And as you can see, the youngsters are quite happy. Mom's come home. Quite interesting with brown hyenas. A lot of people would believe that they are solitary creatures, and solitary when it comes to feeding. So when they leave a den site, they'll head off in their own direction, and not too fond of bumping into other hyenas, and certainly not too fond of having to share food with other brown hyenas. But fairly social around a den site. So there's records of up to about 12 individuals living in a den site. So not uncommon to see more than one in a situation like this. Obviously, like I said, it is mom and youngsters, but for sure we know there's at least 4 animals living in here. And they share the burrow with a big group of porcupines, a family of about 5 porcupines. So every now and then we see them, and we see a bit of interaction between them all. So yeah, some nice social living going on up there. Crazed clown, if you look at the 3 species that would be considered to be hyenas in South Africa, the biggest is actually the spotted hyena, considerably bigger. Brown hyenas, not as big. It's a bit deceiving when you look at them, because they appear to be these huge animals, but they have thick coats of fur on them. So no, the spotted hyena is the bigger of the species. Second would be this chap, the brown hyena, and then we get another animal called an aardwolf, which is considered to be a type of hyena, although it is a little different. The shape is similar, size is very different. It's a much smaller animal, and it's an insect eater. They don't have the strong jaws like the hyenas do, like these hyenas do, should I say. So no, the biggest one is the spotted. And then second would be this chap, the brown hyena. What should happen fairly soon is they'll enjoy the rocks for a while. Perhaps they're waiting to hope that the sun will catch them a little bit later in the morning. So there's a chance they just, like I said, this is just when adults have returned home. There's a little bit of socializing going on, a little bit of reconnecting of the family. But I'm sure they'll enjoy a little bit of the sun as it comes up over the mountains. But typically back into that den, back into that burrow, and they'll spend the majority of the day there. The adults will certainly start leaving a bit later in the afternoon, early evening, and then spend pretty much most of the night out looking for good food. Cecily, I'd agree with you 100%. Brown hyena is always a special sighting, and I really do consider it a privilege to, we know for sure that this area has, we have a very healthy population of brown hyenas, but they are shy, they're very secretive creatures, they're incredibly tough to see. So whenever you're fortunate enough to have a situation like this where you have an active den site, you have adults, you have youngsters, you have them there at a permanent basis, at least for a while, it's always an incredibly special sighting. And brown hyenas in general, like I said, very special to see, but a scenario like this, really fantastic. Very, very privileged to be able to sit and watch this. plans, that's, again, it's actually a very good question. That it's quite difficult to give you an honest answer with the youngsters. We've known about this den site for probably close on 2 months now. And we would have started seeing the youngsters coming out, but to be fair, I'm not sure for how long we missed them going up and down there. And obviously the very young pups or cubs, you wouldn't be seeing them until they're big enough to really show themselves on the rocks. But I would take a guess just looking at the size of them and say they're at least sort of 6 months old now. But very difficult to give you an honest answer, having not really been able to see them from much younger. We know this den site well. We certainly know that there's been an adult going up and down this hillside for a few months. So, yeah, I'd guess about 5 or 6 months old for these younger guys. Still have a lot of learning and a lot of growing before they start wandering off on their own. Again, don't be deceived by what the size they look like. They have a huge amount of hair on them.
Christmas is coming. The geese are getting fat. The babies are awakening, and it's time for a fireside chat. The reindeers prepare for a global bumble. At Christmas time, they are the kings of the jungle. The chicks are all nestled and snug in their nest. Join us at the fire with a very special guest. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join in the fun. Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
This warthog is in big trouble. He's got elephants all around. What are you going to do there, big guy? What are you going to do? Oh, he's pretty brave though. Oh man, he's not even moving. Look, that elephant is trying his best, but that warthog ain't budging. That's madness. That's so funny. And we have a winner. The warthog wins the standoff.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Like it's quite harder to actually focus on the individual, because then there are so many of them, and what is happening here is they're crossing the road. They probably just come from the north, which is the Nemanyeleti, and then now they have come to Juma area.
We're in the Mlawati and there's lots of elephants around, which is great. But we were looking for the wigs, the 2 spotted eagle owls that are residents here in the Mlawati. Couldn't find them. But you know how well camouflaged they are, and also there were elephants all around, so it was a bit distracting. They're all digging for some good water. Look at this. Look at how this cow is digging a nice hole, but she's throwing away any water that's got too much sediment in it. Look at that. Love viewing them in the Mlawati. Ooh, that water looks a little better. A little less sandy.